Namaskar, good morning, Assalamu alaikum. This is Yasur Singh, INT-P India Bharat, Chartered Engineer India Bharat, Civil Engineer, speaking from Faridabad, NCR, Bharat, India. This is May 27, 2020, and my address to all over the world. My friends in Middle East, to my friends everywhere in the world, and my friends in Bharat, India. This is regarding miscellaneous subjects of current affairs and that is related to COVID-19, biodiversity, management, quality, and contracts. Various portions have been given, no separate chapters are included herein, but in continuation of talks, views have been expressed because there is no silver line in that, no fixed line in that. All are interconnected issues, therefore should be taken accordingly in spirit and letters. And that's why back to you again. We all know whole world has been passing through clutches of SARS to COVID-19. You know what is this? If you don't, I'll just remind you. This is severe acute respiratory syndrome 2, and COVID is, virus disease, corona virus infectious disease 2019, and this has moved all over the world around 220 countries or whatever number is there. There's no country left where it's not gone to, and you all know about this. All world had been locked down for a few weeks, but on head lies not scares of corona, but scares of economy. Time is telling that. There was a time few weeks back when people were very serious about COVID-19, but now I think they have ignored it, and they are very serious about re-energizing economy. To be very frank, money is sitting on top of corona. In fact, leadership of various countries, they are interested in resuming their activities of economy rather than having preventive measures in concrete terms. You may say that leadership of world has challenged corona existence. Okay, corona, do whatever, we'll review our economy. So this is, you can say, kind of amusement story and entertainment that they're least bothered about corona. They are bothered about now economy again, which corona actually wanted to suppress. In fact, economy is not a priority if you don't exist. To be very frank, if you don't exist in this world, what's meaning of economy? Right? If you have money and if you die, what is the use of money? No use. So if you die of corona, you are worried of economy. There is no direct relationship, positive relationship. It is hunger of humanity that always goes behind greed of money, avarice of money. Economy has fallen. I don't understand how economy has fallen. Economy which was 2 3 months back, where it has fallen, it's there. Wealth remains same. It has not gone somewhere else. But they say economy has fallen to minus level. This is weakness of humanity that corona wanted to set it right, but human is so weak all over the world that he counts everything in terms of money. And where there's a clash between, there exists a clash between humanity and God now. This is actually a clash. God doesn't want you to use money or use wealth entirely for your use. It wants that it should be used to minimum to maintain a sustainability for generations to come. That what God plans. It's not exclusively for your use. And where there is a difference of opinion, how to chart out diversity, biodiversity, and development. If you just think of development in one direction and ignore biodiversity issues, you cannot pull further. You cannot move on a track, single track. Economy is a greed. Economy is a greed. It has avaricious property with this. Avaricious property means you can say economy does not allow you to sleep. You have a target economy, you don't achieve that target, you get mad. But here COVID-19 has a target which we are not understanding. We are not understanding. Everybody is not understanding. Till now, it's not known what this disease is, where it comes from, what it is. Nothing is evident till now, but economy is more important. Still, people are dying. People are getting infected day by day. Scale of infection is enhanced. There is no country in the world today which can claim that we can handle with this pandemics. No country, not a single country in the world that can claim we are very sophisticated scientific people that we can handle this. And in fact, this COVID-19 has very drastically impacted on human life. No life remains same now. Life October 2019, I'm sorry, life which was up to October 2019 is no more available. It has penetrated into each activity of life, from drinking water to taking food and walking on road to taking flight. It has penetrated everywhere. You don't feel pleasure in anything now except only a degree of seriousness in you. Oh, I may not be infected of corona. Thousands are busy in making injections. They are busy. Even if you make injections, there is no guarantee that you will survive on this. So why I am linking biodiversity to this? Economy and biodiversity of world can move together or they cannot move together. That is a point here. Can environment be kept as it is? It can be preserved, it can be made useful to humanity as originally it was given to humanity, or at cost of environment we have to move in economy. If economy has to move at cost of environment, then I think it's no more economy, it's enmity towards humanity. Temperature is made out. Just now I saw it was 31, and in daytime expected is 45, 46, 47. Yesterday is around 47, 48 with UVI value 12. In which direction we are moving to, we don't know. Just we are moving to, thinking that everything is GDP in the world. GDP, gross domestic product, is more important than gross health product, gross natural product. Every nation has a vision to get highest GDP because whole world is hungry. They are ready to die at cost of economy. But no, it would not work. It would not work. Economy is same as it was before, as same as 100 years before. It is same as it is today. It will remain same as it is 500 years later on, because wealth remains same. Yes, it changes form, and we don't like those changes. If you consider environment as a part of economy, then you will change your mind. If you consider sea wealth is part economy, air wealth is part economy, biodiversity members are part of economy, and you will change your mindset. But that change has not come in because we consider only exchangeable products, currency exchangeable products as development. Human development, mind development, educational development is no more development. Development is money, how much you are having. This is called madness of humanity. Human is a devil as well as human is very good. Both. First consideration is human is a devil. That's most importantly right. Because humans' contribution towards temperature rise of world, towards pollution of air, towards pollution of water bodies, towards destruction of forests, and toward destruction of all creatures, all living beings is important. It's human being that has done all this. For taste of tongue, for just money or for whatever reason, for economical development. We have destroyed what God had given us. Millions of trees have been derooted, uprooted. For what? Yes, we have developed cities. Yes, that is indeed right. But at what cost? I am not telling you anything new. I am telling you what is true. And truth is, we have to keep economy in relation to biodiversity in a balanced form. We have to check out imbalances that have appeared in, that have been considered by all nations. There are two things. One is natural products use and exploration, as well as exploration of oil products. These two items, exploration of materials or ores, and from that extraction of metals or elements, and also ready-made oil available in reservoirs beneath sea and oceans. These contribute to major percentages of economy because oil relates to car manufacturing, truck manufacturing, and all transport manufacturing. And when cars, trucks, and all there's a requirement of roads and airports. So you can say this product, petrochemical, petrol, is a wide element in economy, whereas other materials like used in atomic structures, atomic reactors, heavy water, heavy earth, and all those materials which we extract from crust of earth in forms of minerals, metals, elements. The second point, which becomes a part of economy all over the world. And third part, which is top of economy, that's not actually that part of economy, but that is very dynamite, without which no one can live, and that is food we eat. Without petrol, we may live. Without bauxite, we may live. But can we live without food? That's the point to be considered. No one can live without food, that's true. But that point is remotely considered because we get food without any problem. Food is not that expensive as other items are, and because of abuse of humanity, we have plenty of sun, soil, fertile soil, and fertilizers, water. So, natural process works, and we just seed in, and we get wheat grains, we get milk through milking animals, we get fruits, and all sorts of life that's required, all sorts of materials to be used in life. So I think food is not that major issue as other items are. While food is most important because Without food, there is no survival. But without petrol, without those materials I'm talking of, or without sea life, air life, or ocean life, or whatever life you say, part of biodiversity, they can survive, we can survive. But everybody needs food, even those creatures need food. So, first priority should be food, second priority should be mineralogical development, and third priority should be petrochemicals. But this is not happening because of hunger of human being. Hunger. Every country measures its development in terms of GDP and not in terms of quality of life. If you have cars, you are having quality of life, though it's not quality. If you are having good house, it's quality of life, though it's not quality. It's same thing. If you are having many servants with you, you think you are a status person, though no, it's not status. I'm not telling you something extraordinary, you know that. I'm just trying to recall what actually human thinks. And actually human is very weak. When you talk in this manner, but this is happening. No one can stop it. This is happening. But time has come. Now, if we don't change, nature will change us. Nature, which is father or parent for everybody. We may not agree or we may agree, doesn't make a difference. Nature, superpower, that's there. Just think of, does sun cost any money from you? Does air charge any money from you? Nature does not charge anything from human being. It gives free everything and you have to pay nothing. Just think of, if sun used to charge sunlight, the sunlight transfer money, and air used to charge money from you, and whatever is there done by God, it used to charge from you, then where would your economy have gone? Just think that way. All its blessings of God, but these are all free. You have to work only there. You cannot produce fertilizer yourself. You cannot produce soil yourself. You cannot produce water yourself. You cannot produce earth crust yourself. But everything is there, and you are just doing little and getting a lot of fruits. So what shall you call it? It's a combined work of God, of nature, and human. It's not human work alone. So you get food, you get water, you get milk, you get everything. It's think reverse way. If you don't get it, what shall you do? Shall you eat soil? Shall you eat stones? What shall you eat? You may say you're talking irrelevant. Yes, I'm talking irrelevant. It's theory of evolution that has come up. But maintenance is important. If I am walking, I walk using two legs. And my hands are also working with that. My mind is working with that. Whole body is working when I'm walking. But suppose I broke my one leg, can I walk same way? Or if I break one arm, can I walk same way? Or there's a problem in my leg, I am in pain, can I walk same way? You have to think that way. If nature's one of our member is broken, then like you say, that is also equilibrium. It cannot be same. Economy cannot be kept on head when environment cannot be kept on leg. Without environment, economy is meaningless. If you don't have respiratory quality air, you cannot survive. If you do not have sun, you cannot take food. If you do not have water, you cannot survive. For your survival, all these are required. Economy comes later on. If you have food, your body is full, You have clothes or may not. Your naked say you can survive. Clothes is first cover up, and then many other cover ups go. Of course, it is very common talk I am making. It's not very scientific or mathematically involved. But facts remain that we have to consider economy little down. This is what this corona is telling. Don't be exclusive for economy. Economy is good for you, but not exclusive. If you break my nature and then think of economy, then I am not here to help you. I will not help you in that case. This is what nature is telling us. It's only few lakh of people I am taking now from you, not more than that. I am just alerting you. I am just alerting you. Beware now. Beware of me. God is saying, beware of me. I am present. Don't think science is everything. Don't think you are everything. I am still there to look after you and to punish you if you don't listen to me. I am not in any religion form. I am free form because I am your parent. I have to look after you. I don't care about religion. I don't care about something else. My relation to you is that I am your parent and you are my children. Parent duty is to teach children the right way. If children don't learn, this is not fault of parent. Then I have to build child to teach him right, to set his mind right. In that case, if child doesn't listen to me, I have another option but to start beating you, to set your mind right. Do you understand this point? Therefore, be clever. Do not consider life's comfort everywhere. Life is very short as well as very big. It's not age what you have, it's quality that you have. Age is no meaning in life. It's quality of life that you lead. If quality of life you miss, you may live for 500 years. It doesn't mean anything. You may live for 500 years without quality of life. And my quality of life is that you have to maintain diversity, biodiversity. You have to maintain every right for everybody. You have to keep safe every item nature has provided you. And if you cannot do that, then I am there to check it, don't worry. I will not allow to spoil my earth. Now I am telling you friendly, I am considering you still my friend. Otherwise, it won't take just 1 or 2 days, more than 1 or 2 days, to kill you all. I have that much power. I can remove humanity from Earth within a couple of days. Do you know that? It's only COVID now, nothing else. It may be something else in future if you don't listen. I don't understand why you're so much interested in economy. I don't understand what is economy at once. Having good health is not economy. Having good and sound mind is not economy. What actually do you mean by economy? I don't understand your mind. Your economy is only materialism. My economy is not materialism. For you, Earth is economy, but for me, Earth is not economy. Earth is only a part of economy. My design is different. My philosophy is different. and you do not want to understand that. If you are dependent on earth to make everything, then I am dependent on you to make what I want. And if you don't listen to me, immediately I change you. Immediately. Still, I am very simple. I am very gentle with you. I am just trying to correct you, to reset your mind. And if you don't listen, if you don't understand this, I'm not speaking to you, I'm just trying to tell you. If you don't listen to me, you know what shall happen. You know what shall happen. You are not doing anything on your own. I give something sometimes to many of you, okay, as enthusiasm or as initiative or you can say incentive, some of you to move up in life. But then you start thinking that that's your right. But I don't agree. Economy, my economy is you. Simple. My economy is not earth. Earth is a resource source, that's permanent one. I allow only that much which is required by you. I don't want to see my earth broken or salvaged or you can say of no use. People like you, I can produce billions, no problem. But I can't make another earth. I'm not going to do that. I have produced many solar systems. And in every solar system, there's earth. In this solar system, you are staying in earth. And I know how I constructed this. It is not you who knows, I know. And that's why I decided not to break earth, but break you who abuse earth. That is my explanation, clear indication to you that if you do not make, if you do not maintain balance among everyone that I have sent to earth, in human form or in human form, or in animal form, or in bird's form, or in sea form, ocean form, whatever is there, you have no right to disturb that. That point I wanted to make to you, and I am clearly telling you. साफ साफ मैं बता रहा हूं आपको, साफ साफ। मैं अर्थ को, अर्थव्यवस्था को वैसा नहीं समझता जैसा आप समझते। आप समझते रहिए अपने हिसाब से, लेकिन मेरा हिसाब आपसे कभी मिलेगा नहीं। मैंने मानव को बनाया इसलिए कि मानव मेरी सहायता करेगा। जो मैंने बनाया मानव के लिए सौरमंडल, उसकी मानव रक्षा करेगा। और जहां वो रहता है यदि पृथ्वी पर, तो पृथ्वी की रक्षा करेगा। ये सोच के मैंने बनाया था और ये विश्वास करके बनाया था कि ये लोग जिनको मैं बना रहा हूं, ये ऐसा ही सोचेंगे, ऐसा ही करेंगे। लेकिन मैं देख रहा हूं ऐसा नहीं होता। इन लोगों में जिनको मैंने बनाया, इतना गौरवशाली आ गया है, गुमान आ गया है। ये लोग मुझे भी चैलेंज करते हैं, चेतावनी देते हैं। कुछ ही दिनों में सब कुछ छीन लिया मेरा, जमीन से निकाल लिया। मैंने कब कहा था इनको सब निकाल लो, लेकिन नहीं, इनको अपनी जीडीपी नापनी है, इनको जमीन के अधिकार चाहिए, इनको वेल्थ चाहिए। ये नहीं समझते कि वेल्थ जितनी थी जब जमीन बनी थी और आज भी जितनी है जब जमीन इतनी यूज हो चुकी है, वेल्थ कभी चेंज नहीं होती। हाँ, उसमें आप लोगों के हिस्से जरूर चेंज हो सकते हैं, कि मेरा हिस्सा ये है और मेरा हिस्सा ये है, उससे मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता। इसीलिए फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि मेरे लिए जमीन एक है और जमीन पर रहने वाले चाहे आसमान में रहें, जमीन पर रहें, समुद्र में रहें, कहीं भी रहें, मुझे एक ही आंख से देखेंगे, एक ही सोच से काम करेंगे मेरा। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं हो रहा, बिल्कुल नहीं हो रहा। कोई तो एटम बम बनाने को तैयार है, हाइड्रोजन बम, कोई कुछ बनाने को तैयार है, कोई कुछ भी बनाने को तैयार है जिसकी आवश्यकता हो या ना हो, लेकिन वो सब मेरा दिया हुआ मटेरियल यूज करते हैं। वो भूल जाते हैं कि ये मटेरियल उनका नहीं है, वो भूल जाते हैं कि इस मेटल को वो कहाँ से लाए हैं। बस जो भी मेरा है ले लो और उसका क्रेडिट को ले लो। बायोडाइवर्सिटी जो मैं कह रहा हूँ, हर मानव को, हर जीव जंतु को, जो भी जमीन पे है, समुद्र में है, आसमान में है, उसको जीने का अधिकार है, जो अधिकार मैंने उनको दिया। लेकिन आप लोग तो मार मार के खा जाते हैं उसको। क्यों खा जाते हैं मैं नहीं जानता, जबकि मैंने खाने के लिए आपको सब कुछ दिया है। इतनी सी बात आप लोगों को समझ नहीं आती, फिर मैं कैसे समझाऊं आपको। मैं डायरेक्ट इंटरेक्शन आपसे नहीं कर सकता, मैं डायरेक्ट आपसे मिल नहीं सकता, क्योंकि ऐसा ही विधान है। और जब हमारा विधान ऐसा है कि मैं आपको देख सकता हूं, आपका सब कुछ कर सकता हूं, लेकिन आप मुझसे इंटरेक्ट नहीं कर सकते, तो फिर मैं क्या करूंगा। आपको समझाने के लिए डंडा मारूंगा, हथौड़ा मारूंगा, या आपको तंग करूंगा, जिससे कि आपकी समझ में कुछ तो आए कि मैं क्या कहना चाहता हूं। उसी रिश्ते से मैं आपको समझाता रहता हूं, समय के अनुसार से, समय के हिसाब से मैं आपको वार्निंग देता रहता हूँ, समझाता रहता हूँ। इतना मत उछलो, इतना मत उछलो कि जो मैंने दिया है वो सब खा जाओ निकाल निकाल के। मत छुपो। खाने को तो आपको सिर्फ 2 रोटी चाहिए, 3 रोटी चाहिए, 4 रोटी चाहिए, थोड़ी सब्जी चाहिए, पानी चाहिए, दूध चाहिए, चाय चाहिए, इसके अलावा आपको जरूरत नहीं है। फिर भी आप लोग क्यों इतना उछलते हैं मैं नहीं जानता। पृथ्वी पे खाने की कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, आप उगाइए और खाइए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है पृथ्वी पे। लेकिन नहीं, आप भी नहीं जानते कि आपको क्या चाहिए। मेरी बनाई अर्थव्यवस्था, जो जब जमीन बनाई थी तब भी ऐसी थी जैसी आज है। मैंने उसमें कोई भी किस्म का चेंज नहीं किया है, और ना ही मुझे जरूरत पड़ी है चेंज करने की, क्योंकि मैं नहीं चाहता, जो मैंने बना दिया तो बना दिया बस। लेकिन आप हैं कि मैंने आपको इंटेलिजेंट बना दिया, और उस सोच से आप जमीन भी निकाल लेते हैं, जमीन की छुपी दौलत निकाल लेते हैं, समुद्र से आप तेल निकाल लेते हैं, जो आपका दिल में आया कर लेते हैं। मुझसे पूछते भी नहीं आप कि क्या करें। इतना घमंड है आप में, चीज मेरी, सब कुछ मेरा, खुश आप हो रहे हैं कि मेरा है। निकाल निकाल के बेचे जाओ और फिर कहो हमारी कमी ऐसी हो गई। यही है ना आपका न्याय, आपकी जस्टिस मेरी तरफ यही है कि मेरी तो आप वैल्यू करते नहीं हो, बस जो दिल में आया किए जा रहे हो। तो फिर उसका इंतजाम एक ही होता है कि मैं क्या करूँगा, मैं कोरोना जैसी चीज़ें बनाऊँगा और आपको सबक सिखा दूँगा। मुझे दुख होता है कि मैं ऐसा क्यों कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन ये समझ के कि मजबूरी है तो करना ही पड़ेगा, और मैं करता हूँ। मुझे कोई शौक नहीं है आपको तंग करने का, लेकिन आपको शौक है अपने आप को तंग कराने का। ये बात बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, जो आप नहीं समझ सकते। आप नहीं समझ सकते और ना ही आप समझना चाहते हैं। तो इसका एक ही इलाज है फिर, जब बच्चा बिगड़ जाता है, माँ बाप की सुनता नहीं है, तो माँ बाप क्या करते हैं, वही तो मैं कर रहा हूँ। लाखों चले जाएं जमीन छोड़ के, मेरे को क्या फर्क पड़ेगा। लाखों और भी चले जाएंगे तो मुझे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। 8 बिलियन में 3 दिन में भी सुहा कर सकता हूँ, मेरी सेहत पे फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। क्योंकि आपकी वैल्यू क्या है। आप फिर पैदा होते हैं, फिर चले जाते हैं, पैदा होते हैं, फिर चले जाते हैं। तो मेरे लिए तो एक सर्किट है, मेरे लिए तो एक मशीन है कि इसमें डालो, उनको निकालो, फिर डालो, फिर निकालो, फिर डालो, फिर। तो मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा आप में से कितने मरते हैं, कितने नहीं मरते हैं। क्योंकि मरना आपको है, मारना मैंने है। अगर आप सुनेंगे नहीं मेरी, तो आप मेरी सुनेंगे, मेरी वैल्यू करेंगे, तो नेचुरल बात है मैं भी वैल्यू करूँगा। आपको जीने का हक है तो सबको जीने का हक है, ये मत भूलिए। सबको जीने का हक है, आप ही को नहीं खाली। आप ये क्यों समझ लेते हैं कि आप ही को जीने का हक है। खैर छोड़िए इन बातों को। अब मेरा आपसे एक ही अपेक्षा है कि इस विश्व की बायोडाइवर्सिटी को, जो किसी एक कंट्री की नहीं है, स्काई सबका है, समुद्र सबका है, जमीन सबकी है, सोच आपकी है कि मैं इस देश में हूँ, मैं उस देश में हूँ। मेरे ना कोई देश मायना रखता है, कुछ मायना नहीं। मैंने कोरोना को सब जगह एडजस्ट कर दिया है, और ये अब आपका सर्वेलेंस करेंगे कि आप क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं। और इन कोरोना को एक शक्ति मैंने दे दी है कि गवर्न करेंगे आपको। आप बच नहीं सकते अब इससे। ठीक हो जाइए, ये ठीक रहेंगे, और आप ठीक नहीं रहेंगे तो आपको ठीक करते रहेंगे। कहीं भी जाने से पूजा पाठ की जगह कोई फायदा नहीं होता है। तो अगर आपका मन साफ ना हो, आपका तन साफ ना हो, आपके कर्म साफ ना हो, वहां जाने का कोई फायदा नहीं। खैर अब मैं जितना समझा सकता था आपको समझा दिया। समझना, आगे क्या समझते हैं आप इसको, बायोडाइवर्सिटी को। आप कितना आगे जाना चाहते हैं ये आपको सोचना है, मुझे नहीं सोचना है। आप नहीं सोचेंगे तो मैं बताऊंगा नहीं बार बार के आपको। अब आपसे बात मेरी फौज करेगी, क्योंकि मैं आपसे तंग आ गया हूँ। और फौज को पूरा अधिकार है, तो आपको किस तरह डील करती है, उसको डील करना पड़ेगा आपसे। और याद रख लेना, जो मेरे विरुद्ध बात करेगा या सोचेगा भी, मुझे सब पता लगता है, सब जानता हूँ मैं कौन मुझे गलत कह रहा है, कौन मुझे सही कह रहा है, तो सब जानता हूँ। इसलिए इस जांच को भूल जाइए कि आप तक चाहेंगे। मैं कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, आप कुछ भी बोलिए आप, लेकिन मैं एक्शन ले लूँगा। वार्निंग दे रहा हूँ मैं अभी तो आपको, आगे मैं चेतावनी भी नहीं दूंगा। आप इसको चेतावनी समझें, इसको वार्निंग समझें, कुछ भी समझ लें, समझते रहिए। मजाक करना मुझे पसंद नहीं, सीरियस रहना मुझे पसंद है। क्योंकि मजाक में लोग मजाक कर देते हैं, मजाक में मजाक हो जाता है। अगर मजाक एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए है तो सही, लेकिन मजाक में मजाक, उसमें मर्डर, उसमें चोरी, उसमें डकैती और कुछ और हो जाए तो वो मुझे पसंद नहीं। अपना हक ठीक है आपका, लेकिन आप दूसरे का छीन लें, आप दूसरे की चिंता ना करें, ये मुझे पसंद है। मेरे लिए आप सब एक से हैं। ये आपके ऊपर है कि आप मेरे पास कितना आते हो। आने का मतलब फिजिकली नहीं है, आप मेरा कितना काम करते हो, मतलब यह है। मैंने आपको यहाँ खेलने कूदने के लिए नहीं भेजा, मैंने यहाँ आपको इसलिए नहीं भेजा जाइए मजे लेके आइए। मैंने आपको इसलिए भेजा कि देखिए ये मेरी ज़मीन मैंने बनाई है, इस पे कुछ सुधार करके आइए, कुछ अच्छा करके आइए। इससे लगे देखो मेरे बच्चे मेरी ज़मीन संभाल रहे हैं। अगर आप नहीं कर सकते तो मैं फिर भी कुछ नहीं कहूँगा आपको, लेकिन हाँ, आपको फिर उतना ही मिलेगा जितना आपने किया है। फिर बात पैसे की आ जाती है, पैसे की नहीं समझना, तो बात पैसे की कर ही नहीं रहा। मेरे लिए पैसा वैसा कुछ मायना नहीं रखता, या आपके लिए रखता होगा। मेरे लिए आपका मन, आपका तन, आपकी वैल्यू, आपकी सोच वो मायने रखती है। इस बात को समझ लें तो अच्छा रहेगा। बाकी बाकी मैं आपसे नहीं कुछ। एक दूसरे का हक मारा जा रहा है। यू कैन सी व्हाट्स हैपनिंग इन इजराइल एंड Palestine. Innocent people are being killed by Israel. Everywhere something is happening in one around. It's not like Palestine or Israel. Many more negative happenings are going on around, and it may be Syria, it may be case of Yemen, it may be case of Kashmir, it may be case of Palestine, or it may be some of the cases in Africa, everywhere. People think about their level, and that's against me. They'll think about your level, but not against you. Maybe you think I am just wasting your time. No, I'm not wasting your time. I'm telling you very seriously that don't fall in the hands of those criminals, politicians. Think yourself. Don't think through their minds. Think yourself. Otherwise, I have no time. I can pull you back in next moment if I like. But I give value to you. I give opportunity to you, a chance to you to improve. Well, this was my just introduction for biodiversity and world equilibrium. Now I move to management. Now I move to management, which is professional organization, which is very important from every point of view. This management or organization works everywhere. It may be small shop or it may be big organization. For me, management or professional organization exist everywhere. Man or performer, if performance is there, man is not there. It is both good. Or you have given that, you have done this. Something you apply through mind and you make it a process. Just think what you are doing is right. And this method good for you, or an optional method is there that's good for you. You have to opt for that. That opting, that opting process, which you think is good for you, you try it every time, use it partly fully successfully or partly unsuccessfully. You find there, you know there are something wrong going on. That's organizational management, whatever you do. If you are successful in first time or second time or third time, you are learned now. You are learned then. Because when you join that, you knew nothing about organizational methods, organizational control. But every time you learn something, second time, third time, fourth time, and then you are independent on that. That level of difference I want to get to you. Management, as we call, or organization, as we call, there's nothing new defined in that. Successfully, if you handle something, successfully if you handle something or some system, and based on that success, you get some successful answer or product. You may call it successful. Sometimes you have to think. Sometimes you do not think. Depends. When you are finding an optional method, another route you have to think. Or if you are repeating same route that you did before, there's no need to think. But thinking is important from every viewpoint. If you think and find better answer, certainly you will support that. Otherwise, data are these, you have to follow that. It's very hot, of course. So I'm taking water again and again. Hot water I'm taking, though it's so cold. It's hot water I'm taking just for energizing myself. If you take hot water, hot means not just hot. You immediately boil and immediately take that, sip by sip. You know what happens? You understand that? Hot water, these hot particles go into your body, and there are many cold particles inside, gastric particles inside. So when maybe for 15 to the minutes, your enemy is very is impressive. This hot particle takes out fats from your body. This hot particles energizes your body, keeps your blood pressure under check. And this hot water, say you boil to 100 degrees and sip by sip you are taking, like tea you take, it heats up your body and does not allow any organism there which cannot survive at this temperature. You drink up to you. I'm not saying you drink it, but you can taste, you can experience. When I drink this water hot, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, management or organization product are very clearly written by these beneficiaries. Professionalism. Professionalism in, in profession is of utmost importance. If there is no professionalism, what is professionalism? You have to know that. It's nothing miraculous. It is same as you do, but there's a definition of some system in that, and that definition is organizational management. This definition can be redefined and redefined and redefined. This is originally it may be something, but later on you have to bring some other party, some other paper, some newspaper. Organizational input management is very important. Expertise is very important, experience is very important, knowledge is very important, and movement forward is very important, and try and error is very important. The management is generally defined, but not exactly. When you can't manage biodiversity in your lifetime, despite there are hundreds of scientists and others, if you can't manage that, you cannot organize that, how you expect that you'll manage others? I don't expect. Oh, I'm still getting gastric despite taking a lot of water. I'm also unable to sleep these days. I don't know, reason because of this human power. It's our human workers, this human resources plight. I know you people are very bored with this subject, but remember me, this is boring now. But when you are trapped, you will understand this value. Okay, I always stress on quality, and quality is never same. It's also true. It differs from act to act, activity to activity, person to person, professional to professional, work to work. It varies in different modes. It's not quality of activity alone, it's quality of human being, quality of an engineer, quality of a doctor, quality of those institutes where you study, and quality where sometimes we don't understand what should be quality of a person. We say this person is very good, this person is sober, this person is smart. We say that. What a dressing sense, what a way of talking. He's very diplomatic. He talks very polite. He rarely gets angry. These comments we pass. This means somewhere when we are close to someone or if we are not close to someone, we try to extract something from that person. And quality is, of course, an extract of that personality. There is no other way of understanding quality of a person without understanding all these parameters. That's all quality of that person. Yes, you are very good, you are hardworking, you know job, you know humility, you know what is life, you know how to live, how to maintain. All that comes under flow management. If you analyze all acts of that person, you will find some good points, some bad points in that person. But that is personal issue, not professional issue. Professional life and personal life are different entities. We should not intermingle those because your relationship with when we say organizational management, organizational effect, there we don't keep personal qualities in that. There you have to work according to requirement. Simple. No one can go opposite this. You have to work with quality. If that is a requirement, then personal behavior or conduct does not matter. In your conduct with that person, you may be good, but when it relates to profession, maybe you are bad for it. Similarly, you have to see how someone contributes to work. Now, we'll move further to further management, further of professional organizational issues. I have explained to you all what we have to expect in management. And that is all 8, 9 knowledge areas which work on that. And three main areas you know are quality, time, and cost. Every time I define that these are major sources. So cost, quality, and time, which can guarantee if you comply with that some new achievements. There are people who don't value certain dimensions, and there are people who value that. So both traditional people are there, both occupational people are there. We have to understand that point. If you understand quality, you can do anything because it's not quality of activity or product; it's quality everywhere. Existence quality, yes. Existence quality. How do you exist? It doesn't mean that you have money. No, it's nothing to do with money. If you can refine quality in you and in your friends, or you are acquainted with you can do a large service to those people. For example, what quality one should have? Let us say, as a person, what should all you have? Let us say I'm a person or you are a person. if I find yourself a professional in you, what I think you should have, you would say, don't bring in a faith father's character. Just 4 years, very early. My criteria is, first of all, as far as quality is concerned, my approach is concerned, my working is concerned, I should be a serious person, not all time, for purpose of work. If I am not serious, and what do you mean seriousness here? That point I will explain. What is seriousness? Don't take it face serious or you are angry. I am not talking of that. Seriousness is a chain. Say, as we say, these pandemics, you see, or forget pandemics now. I'm telling something else. If you are serious, you are thinking of some topic or some subject, you start thinking. You are serious now. You're thinking, how should I do it? How to find what it is? How can it work? I'm not sure about this. I have learned from someone. I have find some source from where I can learn this. All those questions move in your mind. Then you say, okay, let me start, and you start it. Then you may find somewhere else something. It's possible. If I say I am serious, what does it mean? Say there's an activity which has 10 points. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These 10 points I have to travel and then reach last one. That is called one serial chain. Because if you do not move on to 1, 2, 3, 4 or like that, you cannot accomplish that activity. So 0 to 1, you can say 0 you started, you reach 1. Don't be happy because 1 is 0 again. And you start 4. And 4 is 5. Now you know about activity 2, activity 3, up to 9, you know. And if you work on all those, you reach them successfully. So you can say yourself that you are a person who is quality oriented because you learned every subject. Number 10 you reach, so you have one quality that you are serious. Because if you break at 4, there's no meaning of your 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. If you break at 6, no meaning 5, 6. And if you stop at 8, there's no meaning of it means until you get 10, you cannot achieve something. So what you should do is be serious. Otherwise, I am serious, but you do not allow me to be serious. You cannot complain about someone. Why you complain about someone? No, don't complain about someone. Your quality is being monitored, not my quality. You have to define yourself. You have to analyze yourself what quality criteria you have. Then it comes, is it for you? Whatever you are doing, is it for you? That confidence you must have. If you are lacking this confidence, then forget that you can brain. If I have a technology, I want to understand that. I have to understand how before applying that. Then what? sincerity, loyalty. Seriousness is defined, then you can say my aim is defined in that whether I am committed to that or not. And my knowledge is also defined there, whether I have that much knowledge. And whether my capability is defined, I am capable of all those 10 points. Moving on them is one thing, but ability, competence is another. Even I'm not experienced on that, I can learn it. That's no problem. This means, can I understand documents? Because if I had to learn from them, you should know all documents. Many people ask me, many people ask me, what's the purpose of my talks? No need of asking me. You see yourself. What is purpose for everything? If I transfer my knowledge to you, is that not a purpose? Maybe my experience is bad for you. Maybe my talk is not sensible. But after all, I am giving you something. I'm not taking anymore. If I give you something, though you may not value it, but I know it's valuable. Because I did not get this information when I was young. I missed that. So if you are getting something ready-made, what's wrong with that? I know whatever I have to achieve in this, I have achieved. It's no more going to achieve me something. Even if it's going to give me something, it doesn't matter. But because I know that you people are not very good in documenting. You people are not very happy to read and write. That's true. And you think that entertainment is good in life or pictures are good in life. That point you have to solve on myself. That point you have to solve. I have finished this bottle. When I'm drinking, I feel happy. And I feel more to drink. Though it's hot, yet I feel this. So you may call it whatever you want to call it. When I drink it, I feel energized. And the other purpose here, because I am drinking hot, not very hot now, it's low, little less, but whatever. Inside temperature increases. Inside temperature increases, and heat tries to transfer from inside to outside. You see, this all pressure of water and gas. No, water pressure increases in stomach, gas comes out, release out. This is physics. You understand that? This is physics. It's nothing new, it's physics, you know that. And sometime in day we apply physics and chemistry both. I sometimes give many examples. Many examples I give, just for reminding what you are doing. But I am talking of personality. People say build your personality, build that and build it. That's why I want to define personality quality. What is quality personality? Your loyalty is in question, your sincerity is question, your honesty is question. Your dynamism is in question, your efficiency is in question, your concentration is in question, your reliability is in question. All these are your knowledge is in question, your theory is in question, your practice is in question, your confidence is in question. All these parameters combined together result in your quality personality. We want to measure confidence. Let us say, I have to measure confidence. How to measure? They say you should have confidence. What is confidence like? Confidence I want to measure. I want to certify. I want to establish I am confident. How can I do that, or how can you make sure that I am confident? It's in speak is okay, he's confident, but nobody can justify how he's confident. Confidence means what? It's very big question mark. Confidence. Sometimes we say confidence building measures. Why do we call confidence building measures? I think no one has liked it so far, but I understand this. If you know something, if you know ins and outs of that something, if you know if you change this, what shall happen? If you know if you don't follow this, what shall happen? Every merit and demerit of your work, you know. Every result of what you do is known to you. And by mistake, if you done something wrong, how to set that right, you know. When I say confident I am, this means I have taken into consideration each and every aspect of that into mind. And I am sure there is no way I can do it. I have complete control on that. So that is my capacity. If I do it or empower more onto myself. That is my capacity, my confidence. Confidence building measure means there is no trust which we have to build. When trust is built, it is confident measure. Simple. Honesty that cannot be explained. You have to prove it. Some people are very intelligent, very brilliant, but they are not honest. They are not sincere. They talk a lot, but they don't do that. Talk a lot. If you understand this point, honesty is best policy we say. Confidence we have. We know humanities are. We know. Then we say, okay, this integrity of person we see. Honesty, dishonesty, sincerity, loyalty. Loyalty means what? We are employing, they should be loyal to us. This is common understanding. But loyalty means not to stand to you, but to think good for you. If I am loyal standing with you all the time, is it loyalty? No, it's not loyalty. But if I think in a way that you prosper in life, my effort should be positive with you. You are using my effort, use my effort. But again, yeah, I see. Say you are an organizational manager, organizational competent person. This means you have to prove all these points I have told you. Capacity point, quality of your profession. And if you are having those competencies which I expect, your juniors will have same. Nothing is written on forehead of someone that you are that much. You have to prove that you are this. Even your experience certificates won't prove that because certificates are certificates. Even your educational academics degrees will not prove that much because everybody is same with some higher marks or lower marks ultimately no matter. So that point I say reliability in and I say reliability. One should be reliable. Reliable means liable and then liable, again liable, like that. In a sequence of chain, you can say, I have all these properties. I can justify these properties one after other, and I am that much dedicated to my duties. That was required. Let me just wash my sweat. Even this fan, but I'm not done with it. So, hot and hot. I was comfortable in winter, but now what to do? It's not in my hands. But I want to talk to you. That's important. I thought we reduce this time of 4 hours to 2 hours, but in 2 hours I can't. I'm not happy because it's already 1 hour and 18 minutes, and I'm not done what I wanted to do. I'm just moving in general, and I want you to know this. Contract is important. You will know it. That's not a problem. What I'm trying to tell you is lifestyle, mature lifestyle. When you start youth, then you become matured, and then become like that. That lifestyle where responsibility is shared. And now I'm saying that, as I said before, I should finish with water so that I can take cold water there. Cold means ordinary water. I don't know, I'm feeling so thirsty. Maybe I took a lot of hot water yesterday, and that's what I'm feeling. That's what I mean. Maybe same is coming out as sweet. It is done. So finish now. So reliability. Many times in my past videos, I have taught this. I have talked of reliability, which is safety plus serviceability plus durability. That is property of some material. I am also material. Material for someone. You see, this person is very reliable. This means this person can be used according to my choice. I hired this person for this work. Yes, that's fact. We all are hired or rented, you may say. It's rented doesn't look nice, so I say hired. I'm hired for what? I'm hired for safe work, serviceable work, and durable work. Whatever work is given to me, I should do it safely. We'll explain to you later on what all this means. Safely and serviceability means for what service my work is to give, it should be fit for that, fitness for that. So safety and serviceability. Then we say it should be durable, which means say I fix 50 years life of this, or design says 50 years life for this, and it does not serve for 50 years, it's not durable. If it does for 50 years or 60 years or 70 years, it is durable. So if a person is safe, serviceable and durable, means that work goes on and we can trust that work. Constant attitude with upgradation. If a person is without problem works, person without problem works safely, strongly, you can say, means serviceability. Serves, and serve itself is a strong word. If you serve means you are a strong person. You are doing your job because that is your job. And you keep on serving. Keep on perfection. This is normal definition of reliability. Means we depend on you, we shall depend on you, we shall be depending on you, and we shall be depending on, we shall have been depending on you for what? For so many years. I'm using translation. That is called reliability. So personal management, personal portfolio of a person is that education is one part, characters and attributes of a professional is another part. Confidence is there, this means. Loyalty is there, this means. Honesty is there, this means. Integrity is there, this means. Safety is there. Strength is there. Service is there. And duration is there. Trust is there. Knowledge is there. Time is there. Quality is there. And devotion is there. Ambition is there. Continuity is there. All these various areas of knowledge, various areas to be investigated of person, makes a quality of that person. You can say there's nothing missing in this person except this. We can say accept this. What is that accept? Yes, there may be something we don't expect him, but he does it. For example, he's arrogant. He does not listen to us. But that quality of being arrogant cannot be condemned. We can tell them, please, little, I'll take care of that. But if suppose your work demands that, then that becomes a positive quality. If I'm not arrogant in my work, when I deal with others who do not listen to me, if they listen to me, fine, then I don't mind that. If some people do not listen to me, it doesn't mean I don't like them. They don't listen to me because they may be having some more knowledge than I have. It happens. People don't accept so easily you. If you say, do it wrong, I want to do this way, that person hesitates to do what I say. No, I want to do it. This is my proposal. Say, look, it won't work. No, I let me have a chance. All right, you say we take a chance. Means you must respect that person also. If you are not going to lose anything, it can be a job training. If that person may be good, that person may be an asset for you in future. So giving a chance to that person doesn't mean anything lost. And if person fails in his attempts, he doesn't understand what he told. In that case, you have to be arrogant. But by chance, that person does what it says and better than you should accept. You should write that work in another method. This work can be done this way. If it satisfies requirements, right or wrong. This means maybe that person had some mind which you did not have, you missed that one. So you got some information from that person. So you can say that person is good work for you. But this is not common, remember. Personality clash should be understood. Because when you deal human beings, with thousands of human beings you deal with school children and you deal with college children and you deal with four postgraduate children. So you cannot find uniformity among them because they are children. So quality of a professional I was talking. As far as you can do best work, you are a quality professional. Best work I say. Not cheat work or not deceiving work. You should be clear what you did or what you did. That that level of understanding, that level of access, that level of integrity is required in production engineering. And if you make mistakes in your designs, that's also another issue. I started with diversity, and what is this? That person is using earth material, is using human resources, is using all electrical supply, is using everything in a different mode, but results are better or not better. It depends on that. But remember, that person is small compared to you. If you just force that person, accept what I say, that won't be a divergent idea. That will be confined idea that this person thinks I'm not valued here. Or if I'm valued here, I'm valued a little. That's what I say, quality of individual. If quality of individual is understood, you can add to that quality by your efforts. You can advise that individual, you are very good, all your actions are very nice, but some points you have to add to that. That may be punctuality, that may be regularity, and that may be some. Yes. If that point comes into that person, that is an alert for you. That person has become so strong, he thinks if you don't recognize his services, he would opt to change his job. This situation is very dangerous if you are going to lose your strong support because retention is very important. Retention not of all, retention who are with you, who can work with you, who respect your organization, and who respect cooperation. That quality of individual person is very important. It's for all those who work on field or in designs. If they understand that, it's very good. Now this is about personal, individual, personal, professional. We say professional must have certain quality, and all these points that I told you, you have to make up them. No one can prove that. You have to first estimate what you are, and once you self realize that you have this quality with you, but you are deficient here, then you can improve that, or you can assess yourself. Sometimes you can ask others, what can I do? How can I change it? So that person would certainly help you. Remember, these points are important. Again, I'm telling you, reliability is very important. First of all, when reliability is there, you see how to serve, you have to maintain, you have to sustain yourself. That is reliability coefficient. Then honesty and you can sincerity, loyalty, and your words keeping. You keep your words. Your can say determination. You are determined. Uh, Means you are not linked to money alone. You link to your value. You sometimes you are given some kind of, you see, illegal initiatives by someone, illegal or legal. Some grid is given to you, will raise your salary, will give you this benefit, come on to join our organization. While you have worked in other organization for long, you have to decide what is good for you. I'm not saying you should join that or not join that, but this is what you have to decide, because small raise doesn't mean anything when you are always responsible, you are honored, and you have worked there for decades. They know you very well, and you know them very well. You feel they are like a family member, and it's up to you to decide, not to decide. Then you come to this is individual operations, individual can say. Individually, I'm talking now. If you say this is regarding individuality, then you can say group qualities, individual quality and group quality. Everywhere there are groups or teams, and teams are problem always, but you have to work in teams. And working in team is interesting as well as problematic. Uh, uh, Team means connectivity. Uh, if you cannot connect with others, you cannot be team members. Connectivity, positivity, listening to each other, understanding each other. No domination. I mean to say, in style, there will there will be degradations and there will be designations, everything. It's not that only designation works in field. Sometimes understanding works in field. If somebody is junior to me, doesn't mean he's servant to me. Yes, he's junior because of experience or because of some other reason, but he's a professional or semi-professional. Even a helper means smallest cadre. I sometimes I sometimes take that person very responsible. So team constitution is also very important. Always you see there will be frictions in team members. No, it's not good. Uh, when you are doing work in team, it's not that you are individual. No, it's whole team that is responsible. And selection of team members is very, very important, because when you are in higher positions in some organizations, they should argue for some kind of politics. Some sort of politics will be there. And that politics is very dangerous. Uh, Sometimes politics goes to that level which it should not go. You understand very well what I'm talking. But integrity of team members is very important. When you fix a milestone, you have to do it, provided everything is clear. And you think that you cannot do it, then you clearly tell it can't be done. Simple. Don't keep on hanging others. Either you have to improve your work, you have to stretch your working hours, or you have to understand what's done, what's the best way. Do it if you can. Otherwise, deny if you cannot do it. Because false promises won't work. It is won't work in your profession. Because some people want to do something done miraculously, which is not possible. There's a sequence for everything, there's method for everything. It's done available or not available, you have to make it available. So team is something that it may be organizational team or it may be activity team, the crew, or it may be conflict team or the some other team, or it can be a board team. Unfortunately, boards do exist in companies, but they are not active. They are only interested in growth and profits. They leave it to juniors to run organization. It's not bad, but they should have interest on front, uh, because quality criteria has changed, and now quality responsibility also goes to top, not constrained to individuality, but to the top. So top members in organization should behave responsibly. Uh, that is what is done, should be done. Uh, okay, this is individually and team, but what about other sources like human resources or like medical treatment, like progression? All these points should be considered quality wise. As I said, quality does not mean sense of dressing, color of dressing. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean you speak English only or write English only. It doesn't mean that also. Degree of performance and continuity of degree of performance is important. Okay? Continuity of degree of performance and without fail every time it should be. So let us move to another one, material quality, because we have considered human quality. What is material quality? Whatever material you are going to use, certainly you will use according to specifications demands. You cannot use otherwise. Once it is decided we'll use this, and that has to be used until there is delivery problem or there is manufacturing problem. Yes, you may have some alternatives, of course. You can say, okay, if this is not available, we can opt for this. Then both should be there, approved, to be approved. So your material should not vary in quality. If you try to you know, play with. It's not good practice because it ultimately impacts on your quality. Uh, your quality will blame. See, I'm getting what your quality criteria will blend if you don't get what done in quality. Material use should be according to appearance. What you accepted, you do it. And preserve that material. Don't try to waste it until it's free of use. Don't try to spoil it or stockpile it without any protection. It should be same material as your heat. Then there are so many other quality issues like testing, commissioning, or you can say site technical service, site testing, all that, which are very common and all count to quality issues. So material quality, process quality, all these must be taken care of. It's not professional quality, all make professional quality. Quality of time. You cannot enjoy time your way. You are in the office, I'm not going to office, I have to go there and there and there just to pass time. Then you are not quality person. If you understand all these points of how to qualify this quality on yourself, on team, on materials, on processes, you'll find a complete picture, different picture of quality, which you can't find in books. All parameters shall apply to everything. If you cannot change time, don't change it. Time is not in your control. If you escape work, then time will of course clash with it. And don't only consider economy for everything. Economy to some limit is okay, but after certain limit, you won't find it. That's why sometimes winter season is considered better than hot or for education. But remember, your quality you have to declare first. You are not always subject to investigation. First, you have to declare that my work is this I have done. It contains all quality criteria which were required to be spent on this. So I am here to support this. And that's it. If these kinds of quality controls, quality criteria, quality all try to take into human resources, into materials, into yourself, into your practice with others, and you can change complete quality. That's what quality is required. System change of quality, or you have to refine your quality system, or you have to reintroduce quality system. I don't know if there, someone is there. Well, we'll continue now. I just wanted to explain what is that. It's there. Elmore is here. Good morning. Welcome. Okay. I was just talking of certain generality in field which are covered, which must be covered for better controls. And I talked also about biodiversity, which is above economics, because if there is no biodiversity or economy, got nothing. So this day has gone as a teacher, and we say biodiversity, we talk of that, but still it's distant many thousands kilometers from here when we get biodiversity balance here. Now, management and contracts. Contract it must be quality again. Again, we are talking about quality itself. What is management? What's contract quality? What is contract quality? Do we not understand this point? We are talking quality, but contract is we just take a paper and just sign, or we understand this is suitable for us. If contract is not suitable for us, then there is no meaning of contract. Because I say 50% of conditions in contract are superfluous, not to do anything with me or my job. And what's the purpose of that? We know that contract is between two parties. It's between two parties, and these two parties move forward based on mutually agreed conditions as far as these are legal, valid, and these two conditions, these mutual conditions are for one destiny, and that destiny is performance of contracted contract items. That's only that's only you can say major consideration in exchange of which we pay some amount price. That mutual acceptance of quality conditions in contracts should be based on intellect, should be based on experience, and should be based on specialty of performance and specialty of technicality. It's not simple contract like others, railway contract, railway ticket contract, or insurance ticket contract. It's professional contract. Professional contract and non-professional contract are different. For example, you have insured with some companies. It's not professional contract. You have insured yourself life. It's not professional contract. Or if you're going to pay someone to something and buy something, that's also not professional contract. Professional contract means there is some service, there is service which is reliable, and there is service that is warranted for which someone is responsible. That is what is required. There is a service definition, there is performance definition, all that technicalities, explanations, and each item is of utmost importance in your field. It's based on that integrity. No unrequired items and no missing of required items. It should contain a document which given to someone if works in the same manner who devised it. And it varies from project to project, activities to activities, standards to standards. It differentiates. But criteria is same, contamination is same, that we have to deliver this item and they will make payment for this item. And with this percentage. If you do that, if you design a contract in that way, that it's masterpiece between two parties, where no dispute can come in, that is called professional contract, which can be understood by professionals who are in work in that field. Yes, there is some changes in nominations everywhere that is. Means you can use your own language. It's not necessary that you use English. You can use whatever language, and you have to specify that whether this language is suitable for your country or not. Well, I'm not interested to explain everything to you. Just trying to provide you information what should be and what should not be. Now, what we say, as I said, contract. You know, contracts are based on certain criteria: performance criteria, project criteria, achievement criteria, and specialty criteria. Some projects are having 10 specialties, 2 generalities. Some are having complete specialties. Some are having secrecies that cannot be known to everybody, or secrecies. We have to deal with everything. When I say contract means contracts. It's not what I say or you say. I am talking of FIDIC work just for reference. Contract is not FIDIC entirely. That is only for construction of buildings. It can be used for something else depending on its language. There is something in common in every contract, that there are some parties which sign contract and agree for something, and generally there are two parties only can be. One is party that gives you money, and one party that has to work practically. Both are contracting parties because both are on contract. One is employer and one is contractor. It's like that. Employer or employed, you can say. For even those job contracts or even service contracts where a relation is between employer and employee, those are also called employment contracts. Contract is contract. But now we are not talking of clients contract. I'm talking of professional contracts, or you can say contract where life and happenings of all come into contract. No, sometimes I view something while talking to you, it's because I don't know why. It comes in my way because of something developing in my mind. It can happen. But I am usually concentrated towards what you're talking or I'm listening. Unfortunately, there's no interaction program here. It's one end. But you can ask anything if you wish. You can write, you can raise question. If I could, I will answer that. Now for construction, which is very complicated field of engineering because so much goes on in that field. Use of material, use of practice, use of theory, use of application, use of human resources, use of machines, and many more uses. It's a long document for long work. The document is long, work is also long. 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 1.5 year, rarely few months. If we have that, we should take some time. And some people fit in, Some people don't fit in that. People keep on coming, join company and then leaving company because they don't like it or company terminate them. This usually happens because there are some people who are not patient enough to use time and stay there and learn something. This is why I came by made a mistake and come here, came back. I have seen so many cases. But what I'm talking is something else. Now, if you go to contract, as I used to do, in this contract, which this is, I'm not going to show this photo, etc. This is FIDIC, the general contracts, and we were there on some conditions. We were there on some conditions in this. But I think which one it was that we're going to see. I'll keep from there and move forward. It's no use to waste time all time, so I'm going fast on that. Suspension, I think there was suspension and okay, this is termination by employer. So currency of payments up to okay now termination by employer is that. Now this contract FIDIC, this form I am talking of, there's a provision 15.1, section 15.1 or clause 15.1, which is can say that is termination by employer. Employer means party one. What do you mean by that? Termination by employer. What do you mean by that? Employer means party one. If party one terminates party two, that's contracted. That is called termination by employer. Why say termination by employer? What does it mean? Why shall employer terminate you? Let us understand. If contractor fails, if contractor fails, if contractor fails to carry out any obligation under contract, speaking in, sorry, hold on. If contractor fails to carry out any obligation under contract, engineer may, by giving a notice to contractor, require contractor to make good failure and to remedy it within a specified time. Notice to correct in these conditions. This is called notice to correct. If contractor fails, यदि आपका कॉन्ट्रैक्टर काम नहीं करता है, हिंदी में बोलना पड़ेगा नहीं. If contractor fails to carry out any obligation under contract, engineer may, by giving a notice to contractor, require contractor to make good failure and to remedy it within a specified time, and as notice to correct in these conditions. और चार्ज होगा इस ऑप्शन में नोटिफिकेशन आता है। Notice to correct shall notice to correct shall A. Describe contractor's failure. अगर आपको, अब मैं कैसे बोलूँ हिंदी में यार, अगर एम्प्लॉयर नोटिस देता है कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को कि आप ये काम सही नहीं करा, इसको ठीक कीजिए, ऐसा ही कुछ होगा, नोटिस आएगा, करेक्ट कीजिए। Again, see. I'm sorry. That's not charm, it's reading. Let's say, come on. Some problem. I think some problem. Yeah. Describe contractor's failure in that notice. State subclause and provisions of contract under which contractor has obligations and specify time within which contractor shall remedy failure, which shall be reasonable, taken taking due regard of nature of failure and work and or other actions required to remedy it. You will be told in that contract that this is your failure. Under this subclause, I am giving you this notice. This is provision on contract, and it is your obligation to correct it. And within this time, you have to correct this, and you have to remedy this failure. This is a reasonable time, and because of this failure, nature of work, and other actions required to remedy it. This is what it says. So you got notice of that one. What to do? Now, after receiving notice to correct contractor shall immediately respond by giving a notice to engineer describing measures contractor will take to remedy failure and stating date on which such measures will be commenced in order to comply with time specified in notice to correct. Time specified time specified in notice time specified in notice to correct shall not imply any extension of time for completion. Now this is only criteria of termination by employer. Now we go to 15.2, that is termination for contractor's default. Termination for contractor's default. That was for something missing. Means you have not done something so that you set that right. This was notice to correct. Here is for contractor's default. Let me take some more water. Okay, termination for contracts default. Now, termination of contract under clause, this clause shall not prejudice any other rights of employer under contract or otherwise. In this case, notice is given 15 to 1, and that notice is employer shall be entitled employer shall be entitled to give a notice. Employer is given notice which shall state that it's given under this subclause 15 to 1. The contractor of employer's intention to terminate contract, or in case of subparagraph F, G or H below, a notice of termination contractor if contractor fails to comply with what? A notice to correct. Well, we shall accept this a notice to contract, binding agreement or final and binding determination under subclause 37 as agreement or determination, or a decision of DAB under 21.4, obtaining DAB's decision whether binding or final and binding. And such failure constituting then we say such failure constitutes a material breach of contractor's obligations under contract. And B, it is also A, and B is Now, it says abundance works or otherwise plainly demonstrates an intention not to continue performance of contractor's obligations under contract. Right? This is B. What was A? A is false, fails to comply with notice to quit, binding agreement or final and binding determination, a decision of debt under this section, obtaining debts declaration valid. Then, now it says that in this notice, which is B point, abandonance works or otherwise plainly demonstrates an intention not to continue performance of contract's obligation and intention not to continue performing. So these abandonance work. Okay, then we say without reasonable excuse, as I say, abundance work or abundance work or otherwise plainly demonstrates that an intention not to continue performance of contractor's obligations or under contract, and without reasonable excuse fails to proceed with work in accordance with clause 8, commencement delays and suspension, or if there is a maximum amount of delay, if there is a maximum amount of delay, damages stated in contract data is failure to comply with subclause 8 to without reasonable excuse fails to proceed with works in accordance with clause 8, commencement delays and suspension, or if there is a maximum amount of delay, damages stated in contract data, his failure to comply with subclause 8.2, time for completion is such that employer would be would be entitled to delay damages that exceed exceed. Okay. Now This is paragraph without reasonable delay. Now, his failure to comply with subclause 8 to time for completion is such that employer would not be entitled to delay damages that exceeded maximum uh, maximum amount. All right. Now, D, without reasonable excuse, fails to comply with notice to rejection, notice of rejection given by engineer under subclause 7.5, defects and rejection. That is, notice of rejection under subclause, and that is given by engineer under subclause 7.5, defects and rejection, or an engineer's instruction under subclause 7.6, remedial work within 28 days after receiving it. After that, now fails to fails to comply with subclass 4 to performance security. First is was fourth was D was without reasonable excuse fails to comply with notice of rejection given by engineer under subclause 7.5, defects and rejection, or an engineer instruction under subclause 7.6, remedial work within 28 days after receiving it. Okay, then we go to two, that is E has done fails to comply with subclause for performance security. So now subcontracts the whole or any part of work and listen. Becomes bankrupt. Simple. Subcontract whole part it is also read that. That is F subcontracts whole. Now we go to becomes bankrupt, contract becomes bankrupt, or insolvent goes into liquidation, administration, reorganization, winding up, or dissolution becomes subjects. Okay. Now what I'm talking is becomes bankrupt or insolvent, goes into liquidation, administration, reorganization, winding up, or dissolution becomes subject to appointment of a liquidator. Receiver becomes subject to appointment of liquidator, receiver, administrator, ma- manager, or trustee. So I said the receiver, administrator, manager, or trustee enters into a composition or arrangement with contractor, creditors, or any act is done or any event occurs which is analogous to or has to be as to arise. Then I read it again, I said becomes bankrupt, contractor becomes bankrupt or insolvent, goes into liquidation, administration, reorganization. Now, we have seen that in this paragraph, it is saying, again I read for your information, becomes bankrupt or insolvent, goes into liquidation, administration, reorganization, winding up, or dissolution, becomes subject to appointment of liquidator, receiver, administrator, manager, or trustee, enters into a composition of arrangement of with contractors, creditors, or any act is done to uh, Next is this was point of notice, and then is another one is that joint venture. If contract is joint venture, what to do? Any of these matters apply to members of JV, that is joint venture, and other members do not promptly confirm to employer that in accordance with subclause 1.14a, joint joint and several liability such members' obligations under contract shall be for, fulfilled in accordance with content. Understand? Any of these matters apply to members of joint venture. There are more companies involved in that contract as joint ventures, two or three companies. Other members do not promptly confirm to employer that in accordance with subclause 7 or 114 joint and severe liability such members obligations under contract shall be fulfilled in accordance with contract, or H is found based on reasonable evidence. Reasonable evidence to have engaged in corrupt, fraudulent, collusive, or coercive practice at any. Now you go further. Let's go further. Termination 15 to 2. Termination. Unless contractor remedies matter described in notice given under subclause 15 to 1 within 14 days of receiving notice. Employer may be giving a second notice to contractor immediately terminate the contract. Date of termination shall be date contract receives second notice. Okay. However, in case of subparagraph F, G, or H of subclass 15 to 1, so however, in case of subparagraph FGH of subclass 15 to 1, notice engineer employer may be given a notice under PVC uh, 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 Let's move further. This is termination now. After termination, what happens? Now contractor has terminated, sorry, contractor has been terminated, services of contract been terminated. Then what to do? Okay, no problem. Understanding very important. Let's understand the one issue. So after termination, what you have to do, after termination of contract, under subclause 15.2.2, termination, contractor shall, what shall contractor do? See, completely comply with immediately, comply immediately with any reasonable instruction. Termination, contract shall termination shall contractor shall comply immediately with any reasonable instructions included in notice given under engineers under subclause for assignment of any subcontract and for protection of life of contract property owns and size it 18. 18 is then this is deliver for assignment of any subcontract on for protection of life or property or for safety of ones. This is in A. This is comply with whatever is given. There are instructions for assignment of a subcontract and for protection of life, property, or for safety of ones. Then deliver to engineer. Deliver to engineer something. Let's see something specific. Then, then, then see deliver to engineer any goods required by employer. All contractors' documents and all other design documents made by or for contractor to extent, if any, that contractor is responsible for design of part of permanent works under subclause 4.1 contractors general obligations and C leave site, and if contractor does not do so, engineer or employer shall give him give assess grading assess that. Alright. Leave site, and if contractor does not do so, employer shall have right to expel contractor from site. Then completion of works 15 to 4. Now this is very important because this will be on risk and cost. You have to understand very clearly. Okay, so completion of works, those works which contractor could not do, who shall do? That's the point here. Who shall do those works? Hmm. Who shall do those works? Now question is that after termination under subclause, after termination under subclause, employer may complete works. Let me finish this. After termination under this subclause, employer may complete works and or arrange for any other entity to do so. Either employer does it himself or he arranges someone else for this. Now employer and or this entity may then use goods and contractors documents and other design documents, if any, made by on or on behalf of contractors to complete works. After such completion of works, after such completion of works, Employer shall give another notice after such completion of works. You know, employer shall give another notice to contractor that contractor's equipment and temporary works will be released to contractor at or near site. Contractor shall then promptly arrange their removal at risk and cost of contractor. However, if by this time contractor has failed to make a payment due to employer, these terms, these items may be sold to extent permitted by applicable laws by employer in order to recover this payment. Uh, any balance, any balance or whatever balance of proceeds shall then be paid to contractor. This is a kind of risk and cost, Whatever is being done is done on risk and cost of contractor because contractor failed to do work. So it's continues in contract it's continuing and someone else is doing work or employer is doing work at cost of risk and cost of contract. Now 15.3, that is valuation after termination for contractor's default. Now how to evaluate that? That's the point here. Now after termination of contract, after termination of contract under subclause 15.2, termination for contractor's default, engineer shall proceed under subclause 3.7, agreement or determination to agree or determine value of permanent works, goods and contractors' documents, and any other sums due to contractor. Alright, after termination of contract, these are very complicated issues, procedural issues. You have to go slow and understand that. These cannot be impacted in one go. These are legal matters, but not requiring any legal luminaries. You can understand yourself, and you can understand yourself. Yes. You can write on your legal. Alright, so after termination of contract under subclause 15.2, termination for contractor's default, engineer shall proceed under subclause 3.7, agreement or determination to agree or determine the value of permanent works. Goods and contractors, goods and contractors document. Okay, then we move further. Then in this you can say to agree or determine value of permanent works, goods and contractors' documents, and any other sums due to contractor for work executed in accordance with contract and for purpose of subclause 373. Time limits date of termination shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under subclause 373. This valuation shall include any additions and deductions and balance due if any by reference to matters described in subparagraph I on B of subclause 14.3 13 issue of FPC. This valuation shall not include value of work, value of contractors' documents, materials, plants, and permanent works to extent that they do not comply with contract. I repeat this. This is the valuation of determination for contractors default. This is very important point and must understand this before take a walk through. Okay. I've taken 4 hours here. It's so important. Again, I read all this because this is important. Valuation after termination for contractors default. After termination of contract under subclause 15.2, termination for contractors default, engineer shall proceed under subclause 3.7, agreement or determination to agree or determine value of permanent works, goods, and contractors' documents, and any other sums due to contractors for work executed in accordance with contract and for purpose of subclause 373 time limits. Date of termination shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under subclause 373. This valuation shall include any additions or reductions and balance due if any by reference to matters described in subparagraphs A and B of subclause 1413 issue of FPC. Valuation shall not include value of any contractor's document, materials, plant and permanent works to extent that they do not comply with contract. Alright, now come on. Now it is payment after termination for contractor's default. 15.4. I don't know what you're getting of this is still 1 hour more. We'll go. It's now payment after termination for contractor's default. Now, employer may withhold payment to contractor of amounts agreed or determined under subclause 15.3. Valuation after termination for contractor's default until all costs, losses, and damages, if any, described in following provisions of subclause have been established. Hmm. Its employer may withhold payment to contractor of amounts agreed or determined under subclause 15.3. Valuation after termination for contractor's default until all costs, losses, and damages, if any, described in following provisions of this subclause. So after termination, see this is getting little professionally understandable. After termination of contract, After termination of contract under subclause 15.2, termination for contractor default. Employer shall be entitled, subject to subclause 22, claims for payment and extension of time to payment by contractor of work. A. Additional cost of execution of works. Additional cost of execution of works. And all other costs reasonably incurred by employer, including costs incurred in cleaning and reinstating site as described under subclause 11.11. Clearance of site after allowing for any sum due to contractor under subclause 15.3. Okay, so we have to think on this. Additional cost of execution of works and all other costs reasonably incurred by employer, including costs incurred in cleaning and reinstating site as described under subclause 11.11, clearance of site after allowing for any sum due in contractors under subclause 15.3, value valuation and termination for contract of account. Now it says any losses and damages suffered by employer in completing works and delay damages. Delay damages if works or a section have not been taken over under subclause 10.1, taking over works and sections, and if date of termination under subclause 15.2, termination for contractors default. Then delay damages if works or a section. Okay. Delay damages if works or a section have not been taken over under subclause 10.1, taking over works and sections, and if date of termination under subclause 52, termination for contractor's default. Okay, let's further about it. We don't speak by scrolls. Let's go. Delay damages if works or a section have not been taken over. Yeah, what happens sometimes I get memories from my past because I'm in this class. I get some memories from my past whom I dealt with, and that person is seeing, so I sometimes feel lost. So don't mind it, please. It happens because of experience. some image comes to my mind and it disturbs my concentration. So do not think I'm sleeping. It happens with me often that some memory when I'm talking something comes in. It's not the fact it's something. Detracts me from things. There are people who wants to detract me from my postings, from my work. They have something in front, they want to use that. And they ask me, I should not use. I okay, detract and I reject them. Then you can say, let's say, again I would say, delay damages if one section has not been completed, then I will taken over section less, section to one. And if date of termination under such law into termination of contracts a default perspective, date corresponding to time of completion of parts or sections, as case may be, such delay damages shall be paid for every day that elapsed between two due dates. Now, termination for employer's convenience. Now, this was for defaults we are discussing so far. We were discussing default by contractor. Now, there's something else we are going to talk. This is termination for employer's convenience, which is not professional way. Let us see what does it say. Okay, contractor was not able to work, he was doing mistakes, he was asked to correct some things, did not do that. It's okay, it's a professional contractor or competent contractor, and his by representation has taken job, so it's our duty to change if he doesn't work. And that person must remember that without competency, if you have got members presentation, you do not know if I know this and you fail to do so, you have to suffer penalties or suffer losses. So it's better if you know. So when a person says I'm serious and to go to join the and say, okay, I want to complete travel for that. So that person is also not very serious. Yes, overloads, over it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter even. So termination for employers convenience. एम्प्लॉयर की वजह से टर्मिनेशन हो रही है उसकी अपनी उसके अपने फायदे के लिए ये अभी समझना पड़ेगा ये अब स्टार्ट होता है गेम ये जो है ना कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आपका ये बड़ा बदमाश कह सकते हैं इसको आप इसमें बड़ा चाल बाजियां बड़ी अजीब बाजियां होती हैं जैसे कि मतलब में सब चाल चलते हैं पता है ये बाजू क्या चलते हैं okay engineer I'm sorry employer shall be entitled to terminate contract at any time. Employer shall be entitled to terminate contract at any time for employer's convenience. Employer's convenience by giving a notice of such termination to contractor, which notice shall start at that is. Now, repeat. Employer shall be entitled to terminate contract at any time for employer's convenience by giving a such termination notice of such termination to contractor, which notice shall state that it's given under subclause 15.5. After giving a notice to terminate under subclause, employer shall immediately Okay, hearing your saying. Again, I read, employer shall be entitled to terminate contract at any time for employer's convenience by giving a notice of such termination to contractor, which notice shall state that it is given under a sub clause. Now, after after giving a notice to terminate under the terminate under subclause, employer shall immediately have no right to further use any of contractor's documents. Employer shall immediately have no right to further use any of contractor's documents. Alright, so after giving notice to terminate under this subclause, employer shall immediately stop and no right to further use any of contractor's documents which shall be returned to contractor except those for which contractor has received payment or for which payment is due under a payment certificate. Then B, if subclause 4.6 cooperation applies, have no right to allow continued use if any of any contractor's equipment because okay, then if subclause very complicated if subclause 4.6 cooperation applies have no right to allow continued use if any of any contractor's equipment temporary uh, okay, so what it says now cooperation applies have no right to allow continued use of any contractor's equipment, temporary works, access arrangements in Israel. Uh, okay, make arrangements to return performance security to contractor. So these are three conditions. Now we'll move termination. Termination under subclause shall take effect 28 days after later of dates on which contractors receives this notice or, or employer returns performance security. Now termination under this subclause shall take effect 28 days after letter of dates on which contractor receives notice of employer returns performance security unless and until contractor has received back received back in, yeah, right, right. After termination, contractor shall proceed in accordance with subclause 16.3 contractor's obligation and after termination. Now, valuation after termination of employer's convenience. Now, this is we have to very importantly understand. I'm not running away with this, so I should be a little easy. Uh, Now, after termination under subclause 15.5, termination for employer's convenience. Says, all right, now valuation after termination. This is a very important part. Maybe it's difficult to understand this, but it's very important to understand this. So maybe we don't have much time, but time is the problem here. We have time. Contractors shall, as soon as practicable, submit detailed supporting particulars as reasonable required by engineer of. So what it says after termination under subclause 15.5, termination for employer's convenience, contractor shall, as soon as practicable, submit detailed supports supporting particulars as reasonably required by engineer. A value of work done which shall include one matters described in subparagraphs A to E of subclause 18.5, optional termination and any additions or deductions and balance due, if any, by reference to matters described in subparagraphs A and B of subclause 14.13 issue of FTC. Hmm. Matter described in subparagraphs A to E of subclass 18.5 and any additions and or deductions and, and balance due to due, balance due, if any, by reference to matters described in subparagraphs A and B. Okay. Now, Amount, no, additions or deductions in balance due, if any, by reference to matters described in subparagraphs at and B of subclause 1430. Amount of any loss of profit. Amount of any loss of profit. Uh, Now, sometimes amount of any loss of profit or other losses and damages suffered by contractor as a result of his termination. Engineer shall then proceed under subclause 3.7 agreement or determination to agree or determine matters described in subparagraph. Alright, then engineer shall then proceed under subclause 3.7 agreement or determination to agree or determine matters. Now let's go further. Engineer shall issue a payment. Let us combine these two. The engineer shall issue payment certificate for amounts agreed or determined without need of contractor. The need for contractor submit a statement. So which we have taken, all into that. It's combined like this. Engineer shall then proceed under subclause 3.7 agree or determine matters described in subparagraph A and B above, and for purpose of subclause 373, time limits, date, or engineer pursues contractor's particulars under this subclause shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under subclause 3373. Engineer shall issue a payment certificate to for amount so agreed or determined without need for contractor to submit a statement. Now 15.6, payment after termination of employer's convenience. Employer shall pay. Employer shall pay contracted amount certified in payment certificate under subclause 15.6. Valuation after termination for employer's convenience within 112 days. 112 days. 112 days, remember. In 16 weeks. Yes, 112 days after engineer receives contractor's submission under that subclause. Now, suspension and termination by contractor. Now, is different one. Contractor can also terminate. That's point is. different one, it's different one. Suspension and termination by contractor. This is reverse, complete reverse. Suspension by contractor. Okay, then 16.1. Let's start and then close after some time because it's very boring and very complicated one. Okay? Or we start next time. I don't know what to do. Let us see what we have done so far. I think it's more important. It's better we have to learn what we have done so far. Let us have a review because it's going to be a different chapter. Now, what we have learned so far is, if you see, we go to that. If you see what you have learned is in this so far. If you see, we have learned is actually a FIDIC 17. This is 2017. We have so far. What we are. I'm just reviewing that for your refreshing memory because that chapter is very complicated and will take up later. What I'm going to think is that we just have an idea what we have learned so far is this is typical sequence means I first we studied typical sequence of principles events during contracts and construction. That's graphics one. That's typical sequence of principles events during contracts and construction, which says that time for completion is to be stated in contract data as a number of days to which is added any extension of time under subclause 8.5. This graphics one actually gives something. Graphics one gives baseline, base deadline, it gives you completion time or time for completion, it gives you defects notification period, and it gives you many other details like tender period, it gives you details of performance security, test for completion, and many more. Similarly, second is just typical sequence of payment events, and it says in clause 14, and it says that it gives you, you know, it gives you, you can say, typical sequence of payment means payment times given, and payment certificate is given how many days it takes, employer makes, and whatever procedure there is indicated in this. Then there's a typical sequence of dispute events and usaged in clause 21, which is disputes events, which you have not done so far, will do. And then it is a typical sequence of events in agreement or determination under subclause 3.7. So this is consultation. What is consultation? And you can say where activities are there regarding engineer's notice of agreement, engineer's notice of correct agreement, and this is in that three scenarios were there. Sorry. They are going to various clauses now, what we studied down. Let us say in general conditions index is that in that there's section 1 or clause 1 which is general provisions. General provisions that says there's article section 1 of clause 1 which is definitions, clause 1 interpretation, clause 1 notices and other communications. Then it's clause 1 law and language, and clause 1 is priority of documents, clause 1 is contract agreement, and clause 1 is assignment, clause 1 is care and supply of documents, and clause 1 is delayed drawings or instructions, and clause 110 is employer's use of contractor's documents, and then 111 is contractor's use of employer's documents. Then 112 is confidentiality, 113 is compliance with laws, and 114 is joint and several liability. Then 115 is limitation of liability. 116 is contract termination. This is in section 1 or clause 1. These are definitions which are very original and initial one. We are going to now section 2 or clause 2, which is employer. That was for general purpose, all are important. General provisions were there. Here is employer started. In this, we studied employer, this is class 2, right of access to site, because employer has absolute right to access to site. Then 2 assistance, 2 employers, personal and other contractors. 2 is employers financial arrangements. 2 is site data and items of preferences. 2 is employers supplied materials and employers equipment. Then it is 3, that is clause 3, engineer. 3 is engineer. 3 is engineer duties and authority. 3 is engineer's representative. 3 is delegation by engineer, and then 3 is engineer's instructions. 3 is engineer instructions, and 3 is replacement of engineer. 3 is agreement of determination, and 3 is meetings. Okay, then after that is item number 4 or clause 4. This is contractor. What we had to say in this 4.1, contractors' general obligations. 4.2, performance security. 4.3 is contractors' representative. 4.4 is contractors' documents. 4.5 is training. 4.6 is cooperation. 4.7 is setting out. 4.8 is health and safety obligations. And 4.9 is quality management and compliance verification system. Then 4.10 use of site data. 4.11 is sufficiency of accepted contract amount. Then 4.12 is unforeseeable physical conditions. Then 4.13 is right of way and facilities. Sorry. right of way or facility. Hmm. 414 is avoidance of interference and 415 is access route. 416 is transport of goods. 417 is contractors equipment and 418 protection of environment. 418. Then 418 is protection of environment. And 419 is temporary utilities. 420 is progress reports and 421 is security of site. 422 is contractors operations on site and 423 archaeological and geological findings. 5 is subcontracting. Clause 5 is subcontractors and nominated subcontractors. Then 6 is processes of labor. Clause 6. This is 6.1 engagement of staff and labor. 6.2 is rates of wages and conditions of labor. And 6.3 is recruitment of persons. 6.4 labor laws. 6.5 working hours. And 6.6 facilities for staff and labor. So staff and labor says 6.1 engagement of staff and labor. 6.2 rates of wages and conditions of labor. 6.3 recruitment of persons. 6.4 labor laws. And 6.5 is working hours. 6.6 is facilities for staff and labor. And then 6.7 is health and safety of personnel. 6.8 is contractor superintendents. And 6.9 is contractor personnel. And 6.10 is contractors records. 6.11 is disorderly conduct and 6.12 is key personnel. 7 plant material and workmanship. P So 6.12 is key personnel, plant materials and workmanship. That's 7. 7.1 manner of execution. 7.2 samples and 7.3 inspection. 7.4 testing by contractor. 7.5 is defects and rejection. 7.6 is remedial work and 7.7 is ownership of plant and materials and 7.8 is royalties. Then Okay, then we can say I was a seven manner of execution. 7-1, like not sleep here. Then 7-2 is samples, and this is also 7. It's it's manner of execution because plant materials and workmanship and manner of execution. Then 7-2 is samples, and 7-3 is inspection, and 7-4 is testing of contractor, testing by contractor, and 7-5 is defects and rejection, and 7-6 is remedy work, and 7-7 is ownership of plant and materials. Then 7-8 is royalties. Uh, then we go to 7 regular ownership of plant and royalties. Now 8 is commencement delays and suspension. That's just reminding everything that you do. 8-1 is commencement of works, and 8-2 is time of for completion, and 8-3 is program. 8-4 is advance warning. 8-5 is extension of time for completion, and 8-6 is delays caused by authorities. 8-7 is rate of progress, and 8-8 is delay damages. 8-9 is employer suspension. 8-10 is consequences of employer's cessation. Then you can say 8-9 is employer suggestion, 8-8 is delay damages, 8-9 is employer suspension, 8-10 is consequences of employer suspension, and 8-11 is payment for plant and materials after employer suspension, 8-12 is prolonged suspension, and 8-13 is resumption of works. Then 9 tests on completion. 9 is test on completion. 9 contractor's obligation. 9-1. 9-2 is delayed test, and 9-3 is review testing, and 9-4 is failure to pass test on completion. Then employers taking over, as 10, that is 10-1 taking over of works and sections, that is employers taking over, and 102 10.2 taking on and back to taking over parts, and 10-3 is interference with tests on completion. 10-4 is surfaces requiring reinstatement. Then it's 11 defects after taking over. 11-1 completion of outstanding works, your works and removing defects. Then 11-2 is 11-2 is cost of remedying defects. 11-3 is cost by the period. And then it says cost of remedying defects, and 11.3 is cost of remedying defect, and 11.3 is extension of defects notification period, and 11.4 is failure to remedy defects. Okay, we continue. Then 11.2 is cost of remedying defect. 11.3 is extension of defects notification period, and 11.4 is failure to remedy defects, 11.5 is remedy of defects work off-site, and 11.6 is further tests after remedying defects, and then 11.7 is right of access after taking over, and 11.8 is contractor to search, 11.9 is performance certificate, and 11.10 is unfulfilled obligations, and 11.11 is clearance of site. Then 12 number, 12 is cost of measurement and valuations. 12.1 works to be measured, 12.2 method of measurement, 12.3 valuation of works, and 12.4 omissions. So this is 12.1 is work to be measured, that's one measurement and evaluation class 12, and 12 is work. 12.1 is work to be measured, 12.2 is method of measurement, 12.3 is valuation of works, and 12.4 is on omission. Okay, then we say measurement and valuation, that's 12. Works to be measured, methods of measurement, valuation of works and omissions. That is 13 variation and adjustments. That is 13.1 right to vary, 13.2 is value engineering, 13.3 is variation procedure, 13.4 is provision is provisional sums, and 13.5 is day work. Then 13.6 is adjustments for changes in laws, and 13.7 is adjustments for changes in cost. In cost, contract price and payment, that's 14 class 14. We are just going one by one to understand what yourself so far. We'll explain later on to learn before going to uh, it's 14. It's contract price and payment, and that's this last. So this is now contract price and payment, and 14 one is contract price, and 14.2 is active payment as advance payment, and 14.3 is application for in payment, and 14.4 is schedule of payments, and 14.5 is plant and material intended for works, and 14.6 is issue of IPC, 14.7 is payment, and 14.8 is delayed payment. Then we go to, this is 14 actually, let's pull 14 on is contract price, 14 to the advance payment, 14 to the application for interim payment, 14 for the schedule of payment, 14.5 is plant and materials intended for works, and 14.6 is issue of IBC, 14.7 is payment, 14.8 is delayed payment, and 14.9 is statement at completion end. and that is 14.9, and 14.10 is segment at completion, and then 14.11 is higher review. Then you go to next one, and that is 15, that is termination by employer. We just stated that. What is that? 6.15.1, notice to contractors. Okay, then we go to termination by employer. That's 15. 15.1 is notice to contract, notice to correct. 15.2 is termination for contractors default, and 15.3 is valuation after termination for contractors default. Then 15.4 is payment after termination for contractors default, and termination for employers convenience, and then valuation after. So then we go to suspension and termination by contractor, which we are not going to now. So we'll take this 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21 later on and discuss later on. Now, what our purpose was just to reassemble what we have learned so far. Now, contract is very, of course, there are a lot of changes in this contract, but it's not question of we cannot handle that. Yes, everybody cannot handle, I understand. Is a responsibility on contractors representative to be very smart to handle such items because this impacts cost, it impacts time, it impacts quality, everything. And previously also there were provisions how employer can suspend or how can contractor suspend. Something changed, some terminology has gone. Ultimately, see, times have been defined and graphics have been indicated about how to understand time. You can see little changes have been made, but it's very rare case that works are suspended by the party. Very rare case. There are suspensions due to various reasons, not because of default of contractor. It can be default of employer also. But we should not take that common one. It happens, but very rare. Generally, both contractor and employers and also engineer and contract. All these three professionals, I call professionals because all are professionals. These professionals have their own interests. Employer is a builder, employer is a promoter, employer is a businessman, or employer wants to make money, and it may be government. One says doesn't matter. The contractor is also a businessman. Contractor wants to make money to earn professional reputation. I'm contractor, I'm professional contractor. I'm expert of that. To preserve all these capacities, I said quality contractor. One should be quality contractor, not simply a contractor. One should have command of activities, command of what, command of this, what can do. I've seen such contractors which take added responsibilities also. They ask by employer or by engineer, take this for our sake, and they do dispose that. Some even don't charge money for that because they got somewhere else. So this relation that exists between employer, employer contractor, and engineer This triangular tripod directly relation between contractor and employer exists. An engineer is you can say kind of a kind of virtual administration for the project. Virtual administration for the project. As engineer, no one can deny him, and there's like say, generally evening time you guys can say so. He asked me, okay, this how we do. Okay, okay. Then, so purpose is that one should understand this relation, which isn't that easy as a thing. If there's if integrity and relation, this harmonious atmosphere between employer and contractor and engineer is supportive to both, not conflicting one. I should not say conflicting, but there's no conflict for engineer. Engineer has to do his job, right job. It has supervise and surveillance of work and is responsible for all designs and supervision. So question of conflict doesn't arise. There can be conflicts among documents, that's something else. Coordination conflict or conflict, I'm talking of some other conflicts means no grudge against each other. All triangular people work, all their inclusive person work together as a team. Ultimate goal of all these three is development, that is project development. And once project is done, it's delivered, it's credit for all. Uh, and if there is backlog of quality and quality does not match is supposed to match, is supposed to deliver. I don't think somebody somebody calls self in time or somebody calls. These clauses that we have taken so far are to be reviewed in details. I have to understand these clauses because there should be no mix-up on these clauses. These clauses dominate contract, and if misunderstood, this can lead to frictions. And ultimate objective should be that nobody is interested to opt for dis- dispute adjudication board or to arbitration until one is forced. There's a limit. Engineer has full authority to decide independently, and if engineer decides that genuinely, I don't think whether or not employer or contractor shall prefer resolution by arbitration or by BAB, because ultimately they won't get anything. If engineer is smart, active, dynamic, he can decide there itself, and if there's no dissatisfaction among parties, either parties, that adjudication works because that's also independent adjudication. It may be adjudication or it may be, you can call it conflict solution. And further, further is that if you do good job, you track in as a professional contractor. An employer is tracked in as a good paymaster or paymaster according to contract without causing problems, and can say supervision and surveillance of engineer on top of that can deliver excellent perform project with good quality and yet and material find change. They're not even, let's say, really no no Korean roles, as we call it. Uh, uh, Purpose is same, achievement of target. It's nothing else. If you achieve your target, if you deliver your project with quality, within budget, and within time, that is called success of project, provided there is no extension. And if there is extension due to whatever reason, that includes in time itself. So project is done qualitatively if parties are so interested. They don't have any bad intention towards each other, and this crew of today, this subordinates and others, they moreover important point is those professionals who work in contracting companies, they have to do a lot of work. They have to do a lot of work in a sense, they have to lead some time, they have to deliver work, so they have to be behind engineer or resident engineer all time for making decisions that require to be made on site. And if they cannot be active, resident engineers shall not be that active. Sometimes it's written on back and somebody just twinkle them. So they may be in practice acting as a friend, but work is work. I'm not saying that professionals working for contractors should have conflict with the engineer or with or employer. Question is not of conflict. Question is of rights, contractual rights, legal rights. If I work for them, for employer as contractor, it's my right to keep all records and commercial compliance because I just cover myself or my organization not to be trapped by no documentation. If I document something, people should understand document is not going alone. You cannot just bring a document and leave that. You have to you have to evidence that whatever is done is commercial because today maybe you are there, you may not be there next time. Somebody else comes in. I have seen many hands change on project, even of some project which has been running for 5 years, 75 years have changed hands and it creates problem. Accepting system is one part and implementation of it is the second part. So if you cannot implement your system, you certainly lose something, and that losing something is not pleasing situation. Professional engineers working for contractors should think twice before they move forward. Therefore, I suggest to those professionals working for contractors should be serious in its understanding of contract if they want to work for contractor and if they want to work with engineering consultancy then too they should be serious because then they are independent. They have to decide for both, for contractor as well as for employer. They have to give like a judgment, neither favor of someone. That is very complicated because you may have like Maria policy, right? Maria policy, whatever. That type of that type of you know that type of action by by contractors, managers, contracts representative who got double responsibility to think of cost, to think of materials, to think of quality, to think of relations, and to keep clients happy, customers happy. You have to do everything. So with this, we close this today's talk, and I will like to take up this very slowly because of suspension or termination by contract is different, different. And I would like to take further conversation for the deliberations on whatever we have learned. And therefore, I take this opportunity to thank you all for purpose of this. And I close this now because and I think who's there? Let me see. Chaudhry Raju is this. Chaudhry Raju only this. Yeah. Photos is fixing is causing problem for me. I was fixing photos. I don't know. It causes problem for hands of set. And then Chaudhry Raju that they cause problem sometimes. Really. So okay, whatever it is, whatever it is, not.